Can you hear me well? Okay, great. Hello, everyone. My name is Agle, and I'm moderating today's our panel discussion. First of all, thank you very much for all of you who gather here in person, and of course those who are watching online as well. It means a lot to us. It's a very important topic that does not receive enough of attention. Today's our discussion panel is called Through Our Eyes, Young Migrant Women's Experiences in Europe. This panel is initiated by European Network of Migrant Women, and with me I have three wonderful women, Sasha Novikova, sitting just right here next to me, Shamima Oshurbekova, and Mina Sadat. Those three young migrant women coming from Ukraine, Tajikistan, and Afghanistan came here to share here their stories, their experiences they witnessed of other people living next to them, their friends, mothers, sisters, and other migrant women. For the purpose to talk about what legislations we have here in Europe regarding migrant women's rights and how we can protect and ensure that they have equal opportunities in Europe. Our discussion as well today is actually very closely related to an exhibition we brought here to share with you. You can see it in the room as well today. It's an exhibition of migrant women who were participating in European Network's Migrant Women's Agency project, both with her, that was directed to encourage migrant women to be more politically involved, which means to participate in political spaces, to think about politics, to encourage politics that actually ensure migrant women's rights. And those women, which were more than 50 women, were sharing their stories, stories of other women, of things that migrant women really face on a daily basis and often are very invisible. So today we share with you here some of the exhibitions, and tomorrow as well you will be able to see in the main areas the same exhibitions. But now I will start our discussion panel, and I would like to start with first question, maybe more to introduce my colleagues in here, and I will start with Mina. Mina, you are an Afghan woman who lived a big part of your life in Iran and who migrated later to European country. What were the major obstacles that you faced while living in European country?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you for presenting us. My name is Mina Sadat. I'm an Afghan woman and immigrant who was born and raised in Iran, and it's been 3 years I'm living in Sweden. At the same time, I'm working with an Afghan organization in Sweden and also with an online Afghan school based in UK, which providing online education for Afghan girls who reside in Iran, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. It's both an honor and more personal responsibility for me to be here to speak to you about the challenges that migrant women are struggling with here in Europe. Yes, no, it's okay. I have experienced the whole my life navigating challenges of being a migrant in different countries and even in different continents. I was born and raised in Iran as a refugee without being recognized as a citizen. Just imagine the first years of my life were filled with uncertainty. Just imagine you were born in a country and you spent the whole your life there and you were not recognized as a citizen. And every single year you're struggling, if this year am I allowed to attend a school or not? It was my story, it was my journey. Even by holding legal resident permit, every single year I was unsure if I was able to attend a school, if I was able to register for schools. But despite all of this systematic discrimination from both government and society, I could overcome all the barriers and manage to get my bachelor degree in law at the age of 21. And later, I moved to Sweden. It's been 2 years I'm living here, I'm doing my master program, but moving to Europe also has its own unique challenges. When I was doing an agency project on behalf of European Network of Migrant Women, as Agle mentioned, I had the opportunity to work with other migrant women and they shared their experiences with me. When a migrant women migrated to Europe, they have a common barriers, language barriers, non-recognition of foreign qualification, which makes them, when they move to Europe with a hope to build a better future for themselves, for their family, and for their children. But what they faced with, unfortunately, years of experience, the qualification, the certificate that they have from back home were not valued the same here in Europe. And they found themselves working in job position below their expertise, job which do not require who you are, what could you offer to the society, which reminds me of my Afghan sister who fled from their homelands due to violence, operation. Since 2021, Taliban took power in Afghanistan. Many Afghan professionals, include judges, doctors, educators, had been forced to flee from their homeland. Upon arriving to Europe, what happened, what they faced with, due to not having stamps, they were not able to prove their qualification. And they are working in kind of low labor market, in domestic works and in other kind of works. What I want to say is that European countries should establish mechanisms that these Afghan women would be able to contribute to the community according to their skills and expertise. Just imagine once a woman upheld the justice as a judge or just saved life as a doctor, now she works below her expertise. What was happening is like that. It's not about wasting their talent. Their skills right now are lost. But what happened is eroding their professional identity and self-worth. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mina. I want to ask another question to you in the same topic. You were mentioning that you had challenges to receive qualification. What could you go a little bit more specific, like how you experienced those challenges? Was it discrimination or was it not recognition of what you already achieved previously before arriving to Europe?
Thank you so much for your question and bringing up that important topic, which a lot of migrant women these days are struggling with, non-recognition of foreign qualification. Mostly when they are migrating here, they have some qualification back home in different areas, which were not recognized or valued the same here in Europe. Maybe they do a studies master program here in Europe, and after that, they were applying for job, and they have kind of limited time limit for applying for job position. And what they happen when they apply for a job, they have same qualification. They have a studied master program here in Europe because they have the bachelor program back in Iran, Afghanistan, wherever it is. It's not recognized the same. You see the discrimination exists between that you have European qualification or you don't have European qualification. But it does not end here. Even those who overcome language barriers, even obtaining these European degrees, I just talked with one of the women whose name is Suzda, and you can read later her stories. She came here from Iraq when she was 5 years old. And she grew up here. She overcome any kind of language barriers. She can speak Swedish as well as Swedes, and she obtained university degree also. But what she faced with, she has this qualification, but her job application seems very ignored based on her appearance, based on her cultural background, and even based on her nationality. As in, she's mentioning that even she had to work twice harder to get just a half in compared with European ones. That's the point of non-recognition of foreign qualification, which is really important, and a lot of migrant women, including myself, struggling with this kind of problem.
You know, listening to you actually reminded me of also one woman I met once who migrated here from non-European country as well to Europe. And she had a qualification of possibly around 2 decades working as a teacher. She raised alone her 5 daughters, from the smallest to the teenager, because she was separated from her husband. And when she migrated from one country, European country, to another, she completely lost all that experience and qualification she had. She was nothing. So all of what she was doing before, it was just, gone, puff. And it made, really realize that it's very unfair. You work hard, but once you change the placement, once you cross the border, and especially it depends of your identity, of your ethnicity, of where you're coming from, of how you look, you can lose it very easily. I want to a little bit go to another speaker in here, and I will come back to Mina a little bit later. I want to ask Sasha as well to share a little bit about her story and her experience. Sasha is a Ukrainian woman living in Greece for quite a long time. Can you share a little bit more about your story?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Sasha. So basically, I live in Greece for almost 13 years. I came to Greece when I was 18. Thankfully, I didn't have any, I wasn't forced to leave the country back then, but I was forced by my parents somehow because they thought it's gonna be better to build my future in Europe rather than Ukraine. They knew something, I guess, but anyways. So the thing is, I came to Greece, I didn't have any savings, I didn't have any financial support from my parents. I was following the mindset of my family that you are strong enough to, to build your life, to get your education. So actually, I decided to study in Greece. So I got my degree in Greece, in Greek University. I was studying Greek language and also continuing my master's degree right now. So basically, yeah, I was building my life, and I'm still trying to build my life in Greece because I still live there. But the thing is, I'm gonna share with you a very funny story. When I was finishing my university during COVID time, I needed to renew my residence permit, and I had only 3 options. It was marriage, civil union contract, let's say, in Greece, right? And law for exceptional reasons. So basically, this law means that you need to stay in the country illegally for 1 month, losing the years you've been collecting in order to apply for a citizenship, let's say. And I had only this option, right? Because, the partner I was dating back then, he told me, this is a kind of responsibility, and I can understand it. And I was afraid to do it. I was afraid to put my whole life, 7 years back then, in the hands of the person I knew for 1 year. Even for 100 years, it doesn't matter. I need to count on myself. This is the feeling I still have after so many years. Yeah, so basically I'm continuing my life in Greece right now. I'm gonna tell you more during our interesting questions. And for the last three years, since the full-scale invasion in Ukraine started, I connected my life with humanitarian field. So basically in Greece, I work in the organization supporting refugees. Yeah,
Thank you, Sasha. Shamima, you are from Tajikistan and you've been living for 3 years now in France, but you are also a mother. Would you like to share with us a little bit your story, how you ended up in France?
Nobody will hear you until you are.
Not working.
The read noise.
So, like Egle mentioned, I'm coming from Tajikistan, and I came to France, to Paris, to do my master degree at Sciences Po Paris. But back then, I had to make a very difficult choice. I had to leave my 7-month-old little baby back home with my parents because it was unimaginably impossible to come to France and to navigate both between, being a parent as a single parent, but as well as also follow with the studies and in the future follow with the career path that I chose. And I think based on what Mina mentioned and Sasha mentioned, we can all conclude one thing, that this migration system that is being built or designed is unfortunately inherently designed based on those outdated assumptions that are there, more precisely saying that man usually is the breadwinner who comes to the European countries and the woman is usually following him. So the woman is usually the dependent. And once a system is built like this, women like me and many other single parents, or just in general, many other women migrants there is a blind spot towards them because them and their cases are not really being considered by the system that is built here in Europe or all around the world. And that is why when we come to these countries, or when we migrate from one country to another country, we have to navigate so many other challenges that are simply just not being taken care of. But however, the research has shown, and the research is proven, that there is already ongoing feminization of migration, which means that according to the statistics, every second migrant and every third asylum seeker is a female. And I think these numbers are telling a lot, and I think this is actually the time to make changes and to adopt these new migration systems to the idea that actually women...
I was, thinking probably for most of us here in this room, it's quite clear that women who choose to migrate to another country to leave their safe place, their home country, they do it for all kinds of various reasons. Very often, it's because they are fleeing war, they're fleeing abuse at home, they're fleeing poverty, they're fleeing things that are not making them feel safe and full members of a society. And it's part of what actually Shamima is sharing today, and Mina and Sasha as well. But it's also about what we really face when you come to a new country, when you come to European country as a non-European migrant. Me, myself, I'm from Lithuania, so I'm European citizen. And migration for me is completely different thing than migration for these women. And I want to ask Shamima a little bit more actually about your experience in France, because you moved to study here. You got an excellent opportunity, which I'm pretty sure not many would like to really refuse, when education is really one of the most important aspects that you need in life, and it's also our right to have it. But how did you feel that institutional systems such as visa and residency permit impacted your situation and your placement in France, especially considering the fact that you are also a mother?
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned already, there are all these challenges that women migrants have to go through, including housing stability, right, and financial aspects. And in my case, I would actually sometimes I would consider myself a little bit more privileged migrant in terms of I came to study with a scholarship. So, I didn't really have to go there and also look for a job while studying. I had that opportunity. However, that modest stipend that I was receiving was not really enough, to bring my child with me and to take care of my child, because the first years years of my of living in France, I was staying in a student residence of a 16-meter square. So you can't really imagine having a child there, as well as bringing a parent, for example, to help with the care as a single parent. So these kind of bureaucratic hurdles, they are really making it very difficult for women migrants to bring their children, or like to solve these kind of issues. And even to be able to apply for a visa for your child, you need to prove that you have a specific amount of income, which I finally have after 3 years and 3 months. So for 3 years and 3 months, I couldn't just easily apply for a visa and to bring my child, because I was not in a position of doing so. There was no stability. There was no proof that I could bring up, and say, okay, this is my housing stability. This is my income, the sufficient income that will provide a comfortable life both for me or my child. And it took me 3 years and 3 months to do that, and to finally be able to apply and to reunite with my child. And not just talking about the legal and the sides of this, but even emotionally. Just imagine, being far away from your child for 3 years and 3 months. It's really traumatizing, not just for the parent, but it's also traumatizing for the child as well. So this is why I am here today, because unfortunately there is not even enough of specific data on single parents here in Europe or around the world. So this is why one of the reasons I'm here today is also to raise awareness about these kind of issues. And there are so many more parents like me there in Europe or in any part of the world. And I think it's very important to talk about these bureaucratic hurdles that are making it even harder for the path, making it way more difficult.
Yeah, and to organize as a single parent, the day of your child, the week of your child, and additionally your work, your housework, your studies. There's a lot of invisible labor women do at home that we all know about it, but usually those who don't know about it. And organizing all of that, it's a huge challenge. It's already a huge challenge for most women, but for migrant women, it's even worse. Yes, Shamima?
Yeah, and like you mentioned about the organizing part, like today they discussed already during the gender index presentation, right? How the care is still so low. So care is still the responsibility of a woman in the family. And when you're a single parent, it's basically just the double of those responsibilities to do all of that. So this is why I'm very glad that the care is a part of the gender index of the gender equality institution.
Yes, I agree with you. Sasha, I want to come back a little bit to you, because you were sharing about your situation in Greece, where you lived for a long time, and you still don't have full rights in there, even though you were paying taxes, right? You were participating as a full citizen.
Yeah.
Is this an obstacle from your experience, because you also work with other migrant persons?
Yeah.
Is this from your experience a unique situation to you, or there are a lot of women?
Not at all. I mean, it's common situation, unfortunately, because, like a priori, like for migrant women, we have like 2 stereotypes, 2 roles, right? We need migrant women to contribute to the society as a migrant, to learn the language, to do all the other stuff. But on the other hand, we want them to be mothers, caregiver, like domestic worker, etc., etc. So it's very common. I have very simple examples. Sorry, I would like to, to speak sometimes more professional, etc. But for example, in Greece, if you're studying, paying taxes, as I do for almost like 12, 13 years, you have your degree, you're contributing to the society, right? You're doing your achievements, you're building your life, your documents depend only on you, etc., etc. You need 12 years in order to apply for the citizenship. If you're married, you need 5 years. If you're a mother of a child of a Greek citizen, you need 3 years. So basically the system shows and system pushes you like, you know what, there is easiest way. You need to find a partner, you need to marry, you need to have a child, that's it, you're covered. But this doesn't work like this. How can you put, I don't know, from my perspective at least, how can you put your whole life and your own achievements, on the documents which are based on another person? it is scary, especially on another man. And I know a lot of women, not even in Greece, who cannot get divorced from a man, from an abuser, because they're scared to lose the whole life in European country. And this is the reality. And this is how it works. And this is what the system is saying to you, basically.
I think you're touching a very important aspect, actually, a very important point about what challenges, migrant women in Europe who are married to a European man, and very often because of domestic violence, just like Sasha mentioned, they can't leave that relationship. So, I mean, not of domestic violence, but because of visa.
legal status.
Yeah, of legal status, they can't leave. But because of domestic violence, of course, they want to leave the relationship, and it puts them in very dangerous position. And
Because,
are
sorry, I
there
want
any...
just to jump, in a lot of cases, I'm not saying everyone, but in a lot of cases, and I'm seeing these cases even at my work, men are aligned to women regarding their documents, not to provide the full information on their legal rights in the country to have control. This is why I'm saying it is very important, to have your documents on hand. Yeah. I'm scared to, to transfer my rights to another person, especially to another man.
Yeah, I want to ask actually, are there any laws in Greece, or maybe you even know in Europe, that actually can help and protect women who are in such situation, at least to your knowledge?
I'm not an expert, to be honest, but I can mention, for example, in case of the civil union contract, your partner can go to the legal expert or whatever next day and get divorced, and you're gonna lose your documents like this in one day. And it is very complicated. You need to show your income, blah blah blah. Yeah, it's not an easy, of course. I don't think there are any safety pill for women who are in this situation.
Okay, thank you, Sasha. Mina, you live in Sweden. Today we saw all in... Okay. Today we saw all in the main discussion, in the main panel, there was some even statistics that the gender equality is still at the top in Sweden. Sweden is the #1 in Europe, right? But I don't know how about you, but me, I'm starting to hear more and more actually stories from Sweden that prove that the situation is quite the opposite. What can you share from your experience in Sweden? Are your rights ensured in there? Are other women's rights ensured in there, really? When especially it comes to relationship with Swedish men, or any encounter with Swedish government or social services? Little technical problems.
Hello? Yes, it's working finally. I got mine. Thank you for bringing up that point. As we discussed, me and Egle, we discussed this during the event. As they mentioned, Sweden has the highest rank for gender equality. I'm just wondering if we have some Swedes in the room that I can ask the same question. So, do you believe that we have the same gender equality, the high rank in Sweden? If I'm allowed to ask, if you want to participate or engage. Are you agree? Oh, sorry.
Don't worry, we're not gonna bite.
Sorry, I don't think it's on. But anyway, if I agree that Sweden has the highest ranking in gender equality, I mean, I believe that it is going a bit down. We saw in the debate in the morning. I think there are definitely things that are not going as great as they were previous years. As an example could be mentioned, for example, that Sweden retracted their feminist foreign policy. Sorry, yeah. But that was pretty much it for me. Was there someone else from Sweden?
Is there someone else want to share? Maybe experience or any perspective maybe you have already about Sweden, about gender equality? I would be glad if you want to share any thoughts, ideas. From my own perspective, as I was dealing with this agency project, and I have experience just talking with other migrant women and what I'm saying from other migrant women experiences. It feels like that for me when I heard that Sweden has the high rank of gender equality. For me, it feels like that it is more for Swedes people. They are not counted migrant. If they were counted migrant, it won't be the same rank as the highest. As we see in the statistic for employment, for education, that migrant women, they don't have the same access as Swedes. Migrant women, mostly those who have Muslim background, the way of their appearance, their beliefs, seems as a sign of not integrating to society. So I believe that from my perspective, as I just encounter other migrant women experiences and they shared their life story with me, the gender equality, if we count migrant women also in Swiss, it's not the high rank. There are a lot of discrimination which is happening indirectly in Europe and even in Sweden. And even I had my other friend in Switzerland who came there 10 years ago. She did her master program there. And after 10 years living there and working there and doing a lot of volunteer activity, she only offered kind of short-term contract, which is not enough for migration agency to offer you resident permit. And after 10 years, you guess what? She had to leave Switzerland to Dubai, and she couldn't no longer just extend her resident permit based on kind of short contract that they offered to her, which is, I think, is not fair enough to live in a country for 10 years and doing a lot of studies, pay taxes like a normal citizen, and then you had to leave the country as you are not allowed to be there anymore.
You know, we probably, most of us in here, I hope so, we are familiar with the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, Article 21, that prohibits discrimination based on sex. And we're also familiar with CEDAW, that emphasizes that sex-based discrimination. And Mina, and maybe even I will want to hear your insights as well, Sasha and Shamima. From your experience, are these frameworks effectively enforced in protecting the rights of non-EU migrant women?
Actually, it's quite a challenging question, as both Charter of Fundamental Rights and CEDAW Convention are both are legally binding on member states, as Charter of Fundamental Rights is kind of primary law, and the convention is a legal framework. So they both have a binding effect when they just implementing EU law. But the point is that their application, as you mentioned, Charter of Fundamental Rights, especially in particular Article 21 is mentioning prohibiting discrimination based on relief, sex, race, etc. And CEDAW Convention is focusing, eliminating discrimination against women in general. Both are kind of well-crafted in theory, but in practice, in reality, we don't see that. As we have just as we have, I don't know, have you across undocumented migrant women or not, but undocumented migrant women, they don't have access to language classes to be able to contribute to their new society. And they endure exploitation and abuse, and because fear of deportation, they don't dare to speak loud, to ask for help. And how can this convention just, in theory, it's well written, but in reality, from my perspective and from other migrant women that I just had the opportunity to know, it's not work in reality as well. It's theory well written, well crafted, but in reality, we don't have it.
Yeah, I think I'll just add by pointing out, like Mina already said, when it comes to, treaties or conventions like the CEDAW, it's important to talk about male violence and institutional violence that are there, and that be that women migrants or women in general are facing, unfortunately. And like Mina mentioned, yes, these treaties are there, and like CEDAW is, if I'm not mistaken, ratified by 189 countries in the world, but when it comes to like implementation, unfortunately, there is an implementation gap. And one of the reasons for that, from my perspective, is the power imbalances that are there between men and women. And like today they have mentioned again during the gender index, actually power is still, unfortunately, when it comes to gender equality in terms of power balances, it is still very low. And the reason, because of women not being on the decision makers table, or like in general not having, let's say, me as a woman migrant, and be that even a man migrant, there will always be like some prejudices towards me, be that in a court or in general, and there will always be these power imbalances where I will most probably lose in many cases. This is what actually, these are the challenges that come to my mind when we talk about the convention like the CEDAW and its implementation gaps.
I just to mention that also that this treaty, Charter of Fundamental Rights, which is binding under the treaties and as part of EU primary law, and the other CEDAW convention, their effectiveness and their application depends on the willingness and the sources of every single EU country have. That's why that we see some member states may have really a strong anti-discrimination law, and on the other hand, maybe some EU member states, they have not that much as strong as it should be anti-discrimination law. It depends on their willingness and the resources that they have. That makes a big difference and leaves huge gap in between that we see differences, how they apply it.
Good. Okay. Shamima, you actually mentioned a very important point, male violence against women, which I would like actually to connect a little bit more with institutional violence as well, which is not covered enough. I don't know if you're all familiar with the term even institutional violence. It's violence initiated, violent behavior, usually psychological manipulations, initiated by institutions against a person, very often a lot of women, especially those who are from more vulnerable environments, situations, whether it's a single mother, whether it's a migrant or a woman in poverty, they face that institutional violence, especially when you are abroad. And you, Shamima, you are living now in France, in a Western country, well-known, strong, independent country that has a lot of all kinds of guarantees and social helps for their own citizens and for migrants even. And Mina, you also live in Sweden, and as we have, #1 gender equal country in Europe, also with all sorts of helps. But do you know any stories, or maybe from your personal experience or other women's, when it comes to dealing with institutions and institutional violence? Because I personally met many women in Europe from migrant backgrounds, and not only, who face a lot of institutional violence, about which no one basically, almost no one, I will not maybe be so radical on that, almost no one talks about it. And yeah, when we see all those, countries, I come from Lithuania. It's nothing really big nor small, regarding it, and the laws in their situation. But France, Sweden, we have a very exaggerated, wonderful, impression about those countries. But do we really tackle well male violence, an institutional one?
I think this question of you also reminded of another important charter or treaty that is the convention, the Hague Convention, that I think would be also important to mention. And I would like to actually mention a project that's called the Hague Mothers Project. And if you have time to do a research on that and learn more about that, because the Hague project is actually focused on women migrants, but in general women who actually lost their children to courts, because those are usually the women who fled their countries of origin to many other countries, including the European countries, for safety reasons. But due to the regulations of the Hague Convention, when they were brought to the court, and for the past years, about 75% of the parents who are brought to the court following the Hague Convention are women. And after the court, it's usually the child is given, the custody is usually given to the father in these kind of cases, which is, despite the fact that the father is being violent, the woman fled the violence in the house or the violent abusive relationship, and there was also violence towards the child. But unfortunately, like we mentioned, institutional violence and these conventions are making it difficult for women who fled all those challenging experiences, and who did it also in the first hand for the safety and security of their children, are again forced and trapped either to be back in their country of origin, forced and trapped to return their child to the fathers, who are in many cases very violent parents. So this is why, but the good note is that the projects like the Hague Mothers are raising these kind of issues, are talking about these issues, are raising awareness and raising the voices of the women who are going through these challenges. But yeah, I absolutely agree. There is, like we discussed, there are a lot of treaties, there are a lot of conventions on paper, but when it comes to implementation gap, there is missing, so much is missing. And I think one of the reasons for that is that there is not much awareness being done, and it is important to do the research. It is important to educate those social workers, or it is important to educate in general the people who are working in these fields, to raise their awareness about these real challenges from the real life, and to talk more about these kind of problems.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a little bit and add regarding the Hague Convention that Shamima mentioned. Hague Convention was actually originally created to protect, very often in most cases, women from abusive children's fathers, and it was because they were very often abducting their children in order to show the control, show power, manipulate in that way a woman. So Hague Convention was created, which meant, to protect the child's safety and ensure that the child can stay in the country that they were born, that they were living until now. Now today, in today's reality, we have enormous amount of cases where, 75%, where women actually are being put against Hague Convention. They're put by their ex-partners, ex-husbands, against Hague Convention as the ones who abduct their children, apparently. And this situation is used against them also as a tool of violence to really gain that power again, because she's fleeing. She comes back to her home country, maybe from Italy, where she was living with her Italian husband and a child. And he says, "You abducted my child, so I put you to international court." And Hague Convention tells her, you lose your right to have the custody of your child. You abducted your child, despite all the facts of domestic violence proofs. And very often these situations, sadly, they show to us that court systems are also not truly fair as they should be. and very often act discriminatory towards migrant women in their countries. We have plenty of cases in the European Migrant Women's Network, which is a network of many organizations in Europe working with migrant women in direct help and also on advocacy level. We have plenty of women with such cases, and you see very obvious that with all the proof of the abuse they experience, of a situation, very often even the child experience sexual violence, physical violence, and with all that proof, the court, the judges still decide, to keep the child for the father, because possibly he has connections, possibly he has money, high income, yeah, and possibly he is, not even possibly, but most importantly, he is local, he is national of that country. So Hague Convention, yeah, it's a complicated convention that is being quite invisibilized today, and no one really knows how to deal with it, because it's a high-level court systems and all the legal aspects that you really need to understand, and have that legal background to be able to combat it and etc. But it's just one of aspects when it comes to institutional and male violence against women, because behind all of it, and besides even all of the Hague Convention, we have institutional violence that happens, when migrant women face, social workers or something else, or, one thing that often very comes is cultural differences. When you as a migrant move to another country and your cultural, habits, the way you raise your child, the things you believe, the things you do, the habits you have, they are perceived as something as incompetent. I want to ask you both, actually, Shamima and Mina, do you know from your experiences people who had such situations, women who had such situations where, because of their ethnicity, of their cultural background, their behavior, their choices were perceived somehow abnormal?
If I want to mention something, I'm going to mention again Suzdar, that I interviewed her before, that because her background as a Muslim migrant woman, she faced a lot of difficulties and challenges during her journey in Sudan, which was not at all easy for her. Or as we talk about single mothers or custody of children, I have several friends, they are living in Sweden, and they are dealing with this important issue with social work organization, that they took their children and they give custody temporarily to another family. And even for a year, she wasn't allowed to see her daughter because they don't see her a proper mother. But I'm just wondering, there is no safe place than a mother house. And there are a lot of stories that have been told even, and even stories that we are not allowed to share as they don't want to be in a project. But there are a lot of migrant women that are struggling with these kind of issues.
And while Mina was talking, this reminds, I think we discussed it like yesterday, the movie that we talked about, there was film based on real story of an Indian woman whose children were taken away from her and it took her almost 3 years, to fight the court and to get her children back. And I don't exactly remember which Scandinavian country it was, so I don't want to, say, don't want to like mistaken there, but it was in a Scandinavian country that she was living there with her husband and her children. And then there was domestic violence in the family, and because of that, the social workers came and they, kind of tried to learn about the family and how things are being done in the family. And one of the examples that the social workers saw is that in Indian, like also like in our cultures, I'm sure it's normal when you feed your child with your bare hands. So this is not something we call, let's say, it's not hygienically right or correct, but that is like a very basic example of cultural differences and actually not being aware of the cultural differences or not accepting those cultural differences. So the social worker also like noted very simple examples like this, that she was using her bare hands to like to feed the child, and then she would eat it herself, or she would take it, she would chew it in her mouth, and then she would pass it on to the child. So these kind of examples were like brought up there as something that is like unacceptable, and these kind of examples were used against the woman to say that she is not able and the child to take care of her children, so the children should be taken away from her. However, if you look at her background and if you look at the country where she's coming from, this is something completely normal. And for it is just like there are two different worlds. That doesn't mean that this is not normal. So yeah, your question reminded me of this case, but like I said, I don't really remember the name of the country, so I won't name it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you all can see and know, even from your experience and knowledge, how all of those small, issues and aspects, they connect. You have maybe a migrant background, you come to a new country, you struggle to get an education and employment, which puts you in a vulnerable position. You end up possibly even in the poverty, which leads you also to another vulnerable situation that puts you at a risk of prostitution, which we also know from our work experience in non-governmental organizations. That's the last resort that sometimes women take just for survive, just to have that, piece of bread to eat today. And all of those inequalities, relating to male violence as well and institutional violence, all of those aspects, they connect. You can't really combat a huge problem without combating all of those other problems, because they all connected. And if there's somewhere a gap, you will fall into that gap. So I want to ask all three of you, what do you think could be really implemented better in Europe from your experience, from your knowledge? What could be done? What you institutions could do, what member states could do individually as well to really ensure that migrant women are safe in Europe, that they have the same equal opportunities? Like, what are the gaps that need to be filled in, basically?
Can I start first? Is it okay for you? Can you hear me? I think being a woman itself is a huge challenge. And then we add another lion, being a migrant, being a non-EU migrant woman, and being a non-EU migrant woman here in Europe is not easy. And all of these aspects makes it a huge challenge for women to deal with and struggle here in Europe. But what we can offer is that EU countries, they can raise awareness between EU countries about the struggles that migrant women have. And even we can have invisible, job application that they can guess what nationality you have or what kind of appearance you have. So they are not going to assume things about you before, and it's only your merits which take precedence, not your appearance, your belief and nationality. And on the other hand, they can adopt regulation, legislative, and even in some cases, decision, recommendation based on, we have 27 EU countries, and every single country has different, system. So they can, by adopting decision or recommendation, they can it can be based on every single country qualification that how they are going to deal with this issue. adopting a proper legislative recommendation, and even raising awareness, providing language classes for undocumented migrant women, which is really important, which is going to help them to contribute to their society, to their new home. It's not easy. For example, in my case, I just, after years of instability and being refugee and migrant, I find just new home that's I call home here in Sudan. So it's really important to give opportunity to them to be able to progress, to level up, and to be integrated in the society.
I think, like I mentioned in the very beginning, what I would before, like my first-hand recommendation would be data collection. Like I mentioned, there is like not really enough data on single mothers, migrants being done in Europe, and I think to address the challenges or the barriers that single mothers, migrants are facing, the first thing needs to be done is to do data collection on that. So this will help us to build evidence-based policies and like Mina mentioned, legislations. But besides that, it would be also very important to provide the accessible childcare despite the visa status of the mother. And talking about the visas, it's very important from my perspective to simplify the visa requirements and to adapt them to the single migrant mother's situation. And also the other thing I think that would be very, very useful would be to come up with housing help or with financial aid, with targeted financial and housing aid for single mothers, migrants. And lastly, what I think, like, you know, being part of a European network of migrant women is very helpful for me, and it's a place where I actually come up with my questions and I have answers for that, but also it's a place where I have met some mentors. So I think the other thing that the governments could do is like come up with the mentorship programs for women migrants to help them, be that professionally or be that helping them with taking care of the children, because like we all mentioned again, these are also women who are coming with very different cultural backgrounds, and they do need those mentorship programs. Yeah, thank you.
So I'll try to sum up what we already mentioned right now. So basically, from my perspective, we need transparent legal processes and procedures for migrant women. Also, we need gender-sensitive migrant policies, economical empowerment, and targeted support in general, right? Which you already mentioned. The topic regarding the language, like the special programs, accommodation, basic needs. We are not talking about basic needs of, migrant women, also their children. This is very important. So yeah, and like summing up, let's say, we need to recognize the contribution, right? We need to recognize the personal achievements. We need to recognize the dreams of migrant women. This is the things which are really important, because migrant women are contributing even more to European society, let's say, right? Because they are covering a lot of roles that I already mentioned. Yeah.
All right. I have actually one more question before we will go to Q&A part with you, the audience, that actually I forgot to mention in the beginning with a QR code. Maybe you could show now, so while we answer the last question, people can, sorry. This is the code you saw through the main panel, so if you will have any questions, which we will get to in a couple of minutes, you are more than welcome to ask them through this platform. And for you, I have actually all of you. I have one last question, which maybe could have been even asked in the beginning, but I was just listening all of you and thinking, even maybe in this room, some of us we are migrants, some we are not migrants. We have all different background and experience and etc. Most of us I see are women, and we have different reasons why we are here. And I notice even myself sometimes in the media especially, or if you listen to some sort of specific type of politicians, you can see that, kind of backlash, like, why it should matter to us, why we should focus on those migrants, all that, complaining about, the migrant situation in Europe, how it is today affecting, that there are too many, etc., etc., is not regulated. But could you, each of you, like, give me one sentence or two, why migrant women's issues, why migrant women matter to everyone, why it should matter to everyone?
Hello? Oh. In my case, being a migrant was not my option, was not my choice. I had to be a migrant. As my parents fled from a war 45 years ago, from Afghanistan to Iran, and from Iran being migrants for the first 23 years of my life, and I was struggling with a lot of issues that you can't even imagine. Being worried about, as a child, if I was allowed to attend school this year or not, is not fair. I don't think so. And migrating to Europe, again, was not a choice for me. I had to migrate it to have my human rights, at least, to be able to live as a human being. So I think person by person, it can be different. And today, as I'm sitting here, for me, the sense of belonging to somewhere is kind of weird, as I was migrating the whole my life in different countries and different continents. Mostly it's about that advocating for something which is fair, which is right. And I think migrant women have faced violation, human violation about their rights the whole time, no matter where they are, in Europe, in Iran, in Afghanistan, wherever. Yes, I think it's time for change, and we need to pay attention to humanity. That's what we need in this weird world. And I just want to take a second just to mention about the situation of women in Afghanistan. I don't know how much you know about the women and girls in Afghanistan, but since 2021, Taliban, they took power, and women and girls, they are banned from school. They are banned from university. They are banned from work. And even they don't have access to their freedom, like freedom of movement. Women are pushed back to their home. They don't have any voices. While we here in Europe, we have different kind of freedom. Freedom of person, goods, establishment, capital, between EU member states. But they don't have freedom even in their own cities. The freedom of movement. I just want to highlight to that. The only thing that they have, they are hopeless, they don't have any voice. The only thing that they have is their online education platform. There are lots of foundation, school that you can buy, even by funding small amounts, you will make a big difference in their lives by educating them. One of them is Herat Online School, which is based in UK. You can check the website, and there are a lot more in every single European country that there have some online platform for Afghan girls to be able to get some education as long as possible. And thank you for listening to me. Is there anything?
Yeah, and I think I will just summarize by a sentence that I think for quite very long the women migrants were unnoticed and unseen in the society, and it is about time, to pay attention to that. And most importantly, like Sasha mentioned, it's about time to talk also about the contribution that the women migrants are actually bringing, and that the women migrants actually have on the societies or the countries or the cities that they are living in, because they come with this diverse background that they have, and they bring up all those, they raise awareness about it, but they also make it as it becomes part of a society that they live in. And it's actually, they can be also the contributors to those new legislations and policies that we're talking about. So once women migrants' experiences are discovered more and discussed more, this will raise awareness on the institutional levels, and more inclusive policies will be integrated, and you know that awareness will finally happen. So that's why I think it's very important to consider talking about this topic.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to make it even more shorter. Because we are talking about human rights, because we want to live. We do not deserve to survive all the time. We want to have a security. We want to have dreams. We want to have rights. That's it.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think it's great conclusions. And you know, let's remember that any moment we could be on the other side. Like really, we could be migrants ourselves. What we would want. Our daughters could be migrants, our granddaughters, our sisters, our friends. So today is, you know, actually a really special day, International Human Rights Day. So I think, thank you. I think it's a really right day to talk about those aspects and to think about it and spread it, you know, to your friends, to your colleagues, to your family. So now I would like to take some questions from you. Should I start first with the online platform, or do we have any questions in the audience? Yes, you will get the mic. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nastasia Vlasenko. I'm representing here the Young European Ambassadors Organization by European Neighbors East. Originally, I'm from Kherson city. It's south part of Ukraine. I was living under Russian occupation for 6 months, and I would like to raise like really important question for every one of us, because like it's not a distant problem in my opinion. According to official data, 8 million people like they were displaced from Ukraine because of the war, and mostly it is women. And I would say that these people we are facing every day in our life here in Europe, not only in Europe, but still. And according to Ukrainian Ministry of Internal Affairs, over 200, almost 300,000 women, they faced domestic violence. And since war started, for this year, approximately it rose like for 20%. So, and according to the data, every second woman faces this violence. It's just like crucial statistic when we will realize the numbers of people. And I would like to ask like how European Union or different institutions, as we were discussing here, could help these people. Like, because it's like crucial numbers. Most of these people, like some of them, they were displaced here to Europe. And is there some institution that working directly with that? Because for me, it's kind of personal question, I would say. My family were forced to move from my hometown here to Europe, and I was going through, like, I would say I didn't have a typical one journey, because I was forced to move through Crimea, Russia, and Belarusia, and I felt oppressed personally. I was like asked many questions, I was taking for many hours, like, and I would say that people like my story, it's not only one case. There's millions of them. And I would ask to, maybe there are some solutions for that, or some possible, like, ideas how it's possible to solve for now, because it is a really crucial question. And I would like to, it's millions. And, you know, it's raising, we're not even talking about occupied territories, because it's completely different question. There is no data about that. You know, like the people who've seen the Russian troops and what they are doing, it's not only about Ukraine-Russia war. It applies for all conflicts around the world right now. And it is a crucial question how it's possible to solve or to help these people. Because as far as I see in Europe, especially in Europe, there is lack of organization or institutions that working with this concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, Sasha, I would like to give you, if you want, of course, to answer to this question, because you're Ukrainian yourself, and I know that, you know, the war against Ukraine really affected you also personally, that you even started, you know, helping for displaced Ukrainians. So maybe you have anything to add in here.
Have any clear data like on the European organization? To be honest, I can speak mostly about Greece since I work in Greece. But in general, like, you know, my own experience was one of the reasons why I started to work in humanitarian sector supporting refugees, because I was seeing those women, right? And also I'm here representing a Union of Ukrainian Women in Greece. So the thing is, like, women, like, it's not only about Ukrainian women, right? We are talking about every woman in general. The thing is, like, in Europe in general, from what I saw, or especially in Greece, there is a huge gap and a huge lack of organizations supporting women. They have very strict criteria. You know, we provide in shelters based on the age of the children, if they have children, if they not, they cannot have an access, to the shelters. And that's why, from my perspective, it was very important for me to start working in this field, because I knew that since the full-scale invasion started, the EU countries got like huge amount of money to support people, you know, to provide accommodation, to support women, children, blah, blah, blah. But in the end of the day, how many years we are talking about? 1 year, 2 years, and now after almost 3 years, we see that, you know, all these programs are shutting down day by day. And all of these women are still like, they don't have a proper support. So yeah, but unfortunately, regarding the EU, you know, like policies and organizations, I cannot answer the question.
I actually have one interesting question in the Q&A session online. Oh, you can't see the same I see. But I think it's one interesting question and the topic we didn't really navigate deeply today. There's a lot we could have talked more, of course. Differences in treatment of women of color versus white migrants is evident. For example, Ukrainian immigrants and immigrants from Africa or the Middle East and Asia. How can governments and NGOs help with this? Does any of you want to answer to this?
Yes, I really do, because I work in this field, and I saw a lot of, you know, like issues. Yeah. So the thing is, like, then the full-scale invasion started, the NGOs were not ready to support Ukrainians, let's say, because, you know, Ukrainians like had different kind of needs, so they went through a lot of the procedures of, I don't know, like questioning people, blah, 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 to needs assessments, etc., etc. But we can clearly see the difference. I mean, even if I'm not mistaken, the ex-minister of tourism in Greece made a tweet that, now we see the real refugees when Ukrainians are started coming to Greece. Like, what? And, you know, like, I'm saying this is a, like, huge pain, but from the other side, I'm happy that Ukrainians, you know, like, and war in Ukraine, like, contributed to change the perspective of refugees. Yes, it was like, you know, like Ukraine is geographically close to Europe, right? If, you know, like the next house is on fire, you pay more attention to the next house, right? Not like on the other area. But, you know, like, I think like the difference like of the approach was very obvious in the beginning, but I think it's changed right now, because people are understood like it's all about like basic needs and about human rights. So we have the same needs actually and the same rights. So yeah.
I think we will all agree that yes, there is a place for this question to be, and unfortunately, actually, for the past years, we have really seen those standards that are, you know, different migrants or different refugees are being treated very differently, and this definitely roots in racism that is very, well, you know, very high, and not just the discrimination. So absolutely, this is I personally think this is a very big problem, and one of the things I think at least what NGOs can do is have a strong stand against this, you know. So I think when it comes to like giving some other extra opportunities based on the skin color or based on the background, those NGOs that are dealing with refugees or that are dealing with migrants should have a very strong stand on this and should actually point out how important it is actually to treat, no matter where the refugee is coming from, to treat them equally. This is what will, you know, then challenge the governments or the legislations then to adopt according to them, because usually when it comes to the ground, on the ground it's mainly the NGOs who are doing the job.
You have anything to add, Mina?
I think that imposing restricted regulation and legislation is a thing that's going to help to, we have to better laws about the refugees, because being a refugee and the migrant is not a choice. They had to come here. And what helps them to simplifying the way, the path for them to be able to contribute to the community. Otherwise, it wasn't a choice. They had to.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I think our session is ending, but I just want to add, yes. Yes.
If you want, I can share the website with you, and the name is Herat Online School.
Maybe you can share it after the session.
H-E-R-E-T Herat Online School, which is based in UK, and they have a lot. Herat. Yeah, precise. H-E-R-A-T. Sorry, it was one.
Maybe
spelling.
you can share after, because we actually the session is
I'm going to
ended.
share the link with you if you are interested, because
Yeah.
it will be a huge help for those girls who are don't have any access to education.
Thank you,
Thank
Mina.
you so much for listening.
Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, our session is ending, and I know that you're all rushing to other sessions. I think just to that last question, I want to add that there are great NGOs that really take seriously the racism issue and talk about and do the prevention. And if you see around NGOs that don't do that, encourage them. And most importantly, there are a lot of uncomfortable questions that we often are afraid to ask and take. So push those uncomfortable questions. We really need to take them, because otherwise it just stays somewhere in between, you know, and we're just all living and pretending that someone else will solve it, but it's us who have to take it. Yeah, and thank you again for all of you listening here. Thank you for asking questions, for sharing your stories and experiences. Thank you, Sasha, Shamima, and Mina a lot. And yeah. And I invite you, if you have time, to look at our exhibitions at Photo Stories, and they will also be tomorrow in the public spaces, so in more open spaces, so don't hesitate to tag the European Network of Migrant Women, to share about it, to read it. Thank you once again, and see you in other sessions.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming to our chat and chill this afternoon on why gender equality is so important during full-scale war, specifically Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. My name is Georgie Bradley. I'm going to be moderating this session today. I am a spokesperson for the European Institute for Gender Equality. As you are aware, it is a time of deepening crises in Ukraine. According to the UN, it is estimated that up to 40% of the country's population is in need of humanitarian assistance, like accessing water, hygiene, healthcare, shelter, psychological support, and more. Yet, despite all of this, Ukraine has demonstrated immeasurable resilience. And not just in the last 1,000 days, as was marked last month, but for over 10 years now. So what does this say about a country that is raging war at the moment, and yet they still find time to prioritize commitment to gender equality by developing a gender equality index when there are countries which experience peace and yet don't do the same? It says quite a lot. So it is really my honor to introduce our speakers today, and I'm sure you all share with me in deep appreciation for the complex journey that they have taken to be here today. I'm really proud to introduce two speakers from Ukraine who have been behind the development of the index. Please give a warm welcome to Milena Koczetskovska. Sorry. I practice so much anyway. Projects coordinator at the Ukrainian Women's Fund, and Emilia Nitsevich, chief specialist apparatus of the Government Commissioner for Gender Equality Policy, Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. Thank you so much for being here. I wanted to start off by having a situational look at the kind of attitudes towards gender equality that there are in Ukraine. Like, if we were to go onto the streets and ask people from younger generations to older generations, what does gender equality mean to you? What are some of the responses we are likely to hear? What would we know about how people think and feel about gender equality?
Thank you. There is actually quite a difference from the public perception of what is public perception and the actual attitude. And there is a myth, widespread myth, that Ukrainians are a kind of traditional society. They do not understand what is gender equality and they do not support it. And pro-Russian propaganda uses this myth in Europe, and we know it. But the reality is quite different. And we partnered with a sociological research service, which made a study, and I want to share these results with you because they're really stunning. 91% of Ukrainians believe that equal opportunities for women and men are integral part of the EU human rights standards. So, and this is a representative study regarding the age, gender, and geography of Ukraine. So sociologists, they know how to do it. And even for us, it was stunning. And I believe this results. And the next slides shows that Ukrainian women and men believe that European integration will expand opportunities for women in different spheres of life, from political life to social life to economy and so on and so forth. So they associate European integration of Ukraine with more chances for gender equality for women. And it's not something that we got from like civil society. It's like ordinary Ukrainians, women and men. And what's interesting that there is almost no difference in answers between men and women. So the difference is so slight, it just falls between the statistical margins. And for me, it shows that Ukraine is, European integration is really something that is not, and gender equality, human rights standards, something that's not imposed on us, it's something that we really own.
And we have this QR code here, so if you lift your phones up, you can see more about this study from the Ukrainian Women's Fund. So you clearly have the public support on your side, which provides the right grounds for deepening and strengthening commitment to gender equality. But you also are in the context of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. So why develop the Gender Equality Index using IGA's methodology now?
Okay, thank you for this question. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for your inviting to participate in this session. As a civil servant, this is a very important event for me. 10 years ago, during the Revolution of Dignity, thousands of Ukrainians won the right to European future, defending democratic values, humanitarian rights, and freedom. Today, this choice is enshrined in the Constitution of Ukraine, and it's accompanied by a persistent European integration process aimed at implementing reforms and adapting to the standards of the European Union, even in the difficult condition of Ukraine's war against Russia. I would like to emphasize that ensuring equal rights and opportunities for women and men is one of the absolute priorities of the government of Ukraine and remains so in times of war. Focusing on gender equality in times of war is critical, as Russia's military aggression against Ukraine worsens exciting problems and creates different challenges for various different groups for women and men, such as displacement, loss of income, risk of poverty, violence, including conflict-related sexual violence, in the temporarily occupied territories, and risks of human trafficking. The development of Gender Equality Index in wartime is a practical mechanism to identify both weaknesses and strengths of management decisions in the economical, social, educational, financial, and political spheres. Ukraine has been at war for 10 years. Taking into account all available resources in such conditions is the key to our victory. Thank you.
So, staying on that point of victory, how can a gender equality index serve as a tool for resilience and rebuilding? Do you see the index as a way to address immediate needs or to shape longer-term strategies for a more equal and inclusive recovery?
Okay, gender equality and inclusion is defined one of the guiding principles of Ukraine's recovery, enshrined in the Lugano Declaration, adopted at the International Conference on Ukraine's Recovery in Lugano, Switzerland 2022, and also International Ukraine Recovery Conference in London 2023 and Berlin 2024, continued a series of annual high-level events aimed at the repeat recovery and long-term reconstruction of Ukraine. And the Gender Equality Index is an effective tool for Ukraine's resilience and recovery through comprehensive monitoring of gender imbalances in key areas such as employment, educational, health, access to resources, and participation in decision making. For example, employment. Increasing women's employment is one of the important tasks of the government of Ukraine and employs for inclusive recovery. What factors affected this area? The work domain and its subdomains addresses the issue by examining access to work, working conditions, and levels of remuneration. They also emphasize the shared responsibility in this area, not only of the state, but also of employers, to ensure a balance between family responsibility and work.
So you've mentioned a lot of different areas of life which the index measures progress in gender equality. I was wondering if you could now share some preliminary results in terms of where Ukraine stands alongside the EU.
A little bit spoiler, because the report will be published in Ukraine in late January. But we can already see that Ukraine has 61 points. That is below the EU average, like 8 and something below EU average. And on the other hand, we see that we have rather deep gender lags between women and men in Ukraine. And on the other hand, we see these results are not, dramatically different from EU, and we are not the last country in this rating, and we are not the last in any of the domains. I'm pretty much confident in this methodology because the team of experts worked on this for 1.5 years. And because the EIGE experts supported us so much, and thank you so much once again for your kind support and explanations and sharing all the methodology. So it gives us the understanding that we are somewhere in between. We fit. It gives us the feeling that we fit the European Union, and we have the potential to catch up. If we have well-designed policies, we can catch up to the EU average. And in Ukraine, we have a very, understanding of time. We are always trying to be quicker, because we understand that European Union is moving forward, so we are trying to catch the train that is moving. And so we have to be quicker, we have to be more effective, and I think we have a good potential, after all, to catch up.
Yes. I just wanted to point out that after this session, you can pick up a one-page overview of the preliminary results that have been brought over here. And for those who are online, you can go to the Ukrainian Women's Fund and you can find more information there. So I want to round up our discussion today by asking you both, with the development of the Gender Equality Index, what statement is Ukraine making as an EU candidate country by showing such strong ongoing commitment to gender equality? What is the message as well, going further beyond to the international community? What are you saying to the international community?
By demonstrating a commitment to the European principles of gender equality through the development of the Gender Equality Index, Ukraine confirms its aspiration to become a full member of the European Union. This tool, based on the methodology of the European Institute for Gender Equality, not only assess the gender balance in key areas, but also demonstrated significant progress in ensuring equal rights, even in the difficult condition of 4. The high results, including the best score among EU countries in the time domain, demonstrate the resilience of Ukraine's society and its compliance with European values. This underscores Ukraine's commitment to sustainable development and long-term integration in the Europe community.
And I would add to this governmental message, a message from the civil society that actually this active commitment to gender equality is a joint commitment of the government of Ukraine and of the civil society of Ukraine. And we work very much close together, developing, monitoring and adjusting these policies. And this index, it's a joint effort of Ukrainian Women's Fund, State Statistics Service of Ukraine, with support from the Government Commissioner for Gender Policy of Ukraine, with support from the Office of Vice Prime Minister on European and Euro-Atlantic integration. And it passed a series like validation events with key ministries, with civil society experts, gender think tanks, and it's really a collaborative effort, and I think that it's a good starting point for us to move forward with this index to make it regular in Ukraine. Thank you.
And moving forward, I think the key lesson as well is that stop making excuses or trying to justify not committing to gender equality because it's not the right time. There is time. There are the circumstances that you have in that time, and then it's what you do with those circumstances in that time. Gender equality and committing to gender equality is a discipline, one that needs to be kind of ongoing and checked in on, as we know from the other discussions happening in parallel and from the opening sessions. It's hard fought and needs constant maintenance. And if Ukraine can do it while under extremely challenging day-to-day situations, it's a clear message that progress is possible at any time. Thank you to you both for number one, being with us today. I think we're all going to come away with valuable insights, inspiration as well to reflect deeply on, to rethink and test our assumptions on what prioritizing gender equality really means. Just one final thing, if our audience here and online can do one thing to support your work, what can they do? Where can they go?
Well, as we as a country, as a nation, are in state of war, for us, recovery is the key, and it's not only about like infrastructure, the buildings. First of all, it's about human capital, the people. So the people are our key value, resilience, recovery of people. And I would ask you to join expert discussions on Ukraine recovery and rebuilding with gender approach integrated.
Yeah.
Continue to support Ukraine by spreading the message that even in the midst of war, Ukraine continues to move towards European integration, actively adapting national legislation to European standards and the rule of law. And stay with Ukraine.
You heard them. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again to the State Statistics Service of Ukraine, Ministry of Social Policy, and the EIGE team who supported us throughout this way, and also gender think tanks from Ukraine who provided their valuable comments and helped us to make this index better. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, and thank you very much for joining us for this one of the evening's sessions at the forum. So we are absolutely delighted to be part of the program and to contribute to the really important discussions had today and tomorrow, of course, as well. My name is Sana Livakovsky. I'm a research officer at one of EIGE's sister agencies called Eurofound. It's the European Foundation for Improvement of Living and Working Conditions. And I'm really happy to be joined today here by Professor Marge Unt from Tallinn University. And in this session today, we will discuss very briefly some hopefully interesting findings from research in both of our fields when it comes to different life events, usually taking place during youth. And we also discuss some of the challenges involved. And of course, as we are at the Gender Equality Forum, we'll highlight some interesting gender patterns and differences that we find in our research in this field. So firstly, for about 15 minutes or so, the plan is that me and Marge will discuss some of those findings from our research in this area, and then hopefully we'll have a few minutes at the end where we could have a discussion on the topic, so we really look forward to hearing some comments or questions that you might have at the end. So might as well move on to the first topic of discussion in the session. So we wanted to share some findings on the event of leaving the parental home, which is, of course, an important milestone in a lot of young people's lives, and it's a big step towards independence. As we see from data when you look across Europe, there are large differences in when this transition, when this move to independent living away from the parental home takes place. So we see a lot of differences across countries. As the broad pattern, when we look at Northern and Central Europe, we see family systems that are highly individualized, and we see that the move away from the parental home usually takes place much earlier, whereas in South of Europe, generally speaking, the family ties are much stronger and the move away from the parental home takes place later. And we also see gender differences in when this transition takes place, where women, usually young women, move out of the parental home earlier than their male counterparts. And of course, if that transition happens later than the young individuals would like, so if people feel stuck in the situation, they feel they are living in the parental home for longer than they'd like, it can be a very problematic situation, of course, and it can impact on the individual's education choices, career choices, their labour market participation, their feeling of independence, family formation, fertility, their financial situation, and well-being more generally as well. So in that area, Eurofound carried out a survey across Europe last year, where and a lot of some of the findings that I'll highlight are published in this publication that came out this year. A lot of it draws from those data that I'm mentioning. So in that survey that we carried out last year, we asked the people under the age of 35 about a lot of life events and outcomes, including things to do with work and education. So, for example, whether people would like to or plan to change jobs, enroll in education, whether they'd like to move out of the parental home, whether they'd like to have children, and so on. And importantly, we asked the young people whether they would like to do these things if the circumstances allowed them to, and whether they are actually planning to do these things, taking into account their actual current circumstances. And asking these two questions about the wishes and the actual plans then allowed us to look at the mismatches between these two things. And if we see people having large gaps between what they'd like to do and what they actually plan to do, we might be able to identify the challenges and the barriers that people are facing when they're making life choices. So just to highlight, one of the findings is that among the young people who are living in the parental home, 45% would like to move out within the next year, and this proportion is higher among women than it is among men. And the problem is that 38%, for example, of the women who would like to move out of the parental home are not able to translate their wishes into actual plans. And 32% of men in the same situation are not translating their wishes into actual plans. Another pattern that we see in the data is that people in their early 30s who live with their parents, the vast majority of them are employed, so 73%. And this perhaps is an indicator that really crystallizes the severity of the housing crisis facing Europe at the moment, and where younger cohorts are especially affected. So maybe in relation to that, Marga, I know you've done research a lot on younger people's situation. So considering the evidence that we found at Eurofound of young people, if you like, being stuck living with parents for longer than they'd like to, is there any evidence or explanations from your research that might help explain things, for example, when it comes to the financial struggles that people face?
It's lovely to join you, Sanna, here, and thank you, Ege, for this wonderful Gender Equality Forum event. I will draw in my reflection from the book, what we published with colleagues. I think this financial independence is really crucial to become independent, isn't it? And where it can come from. It can come from different sources. Like one very obvious one is from job, from labor market. But it can also come from parental support, and it can, and then it's the question, can we call it financial independence or not? And it can come also from the state. And if we look across Europe, then these supports have quite different patterns, as Sanna already also referred to, that in Nordic countries, much more young people are taken as individuals, not as parts of families, and there are more affordable housing options and student allowances available compared to Southern Europe. But if we look at parental support, then it's quite interesting that in Scandinavian countries, when young people move out from home quite early, it's very often parents continue to support them when they are living already separately. While in Southern Europe, leaving parental home often and mostly coincidences also with this, that you're really financially independent. So for young people to become financially independent, of course, getting the foothold at the labor market is very important. But even if one gets a job, it does not always mean that it's enough. Like, we are facing in-work poverty in Europe, which is on the rise, and it's higher among young people than the rest. So it's 1 out of 10 young people are struggling with this, that although they work, their household income is still below the poverty line. And it's there is a huge variation between countries. It's 1 out of 3 in Greece, for instance. So in this in-work poverty, it's an interesting gender difference. What do you think? Who is in high risk of in-work poverty? Men or women? Actually, men. And women are, because this in-work poverty, it looks at the poverty risk at household level. So among these working females, they are buffered by the household income of other household members. But if we ask from the same woman, like about subjective poverty, how they feel they can make their ends meet, then interestingly is opposite. So like young females who are working much more often experience subjective poverty. And what does it mean? It means that it raises the questions, can we look at the poverty at the household level? Can we treat households as homogeneous units? And this, from this, I think I would like to give back to Sanna to reflect, like if we see this labor market insecurities and in-work poverty that young people face, how it relates to their ability to make future plans and commitments, also in terms of family formation.
Yes, thank you. And we can say something on that topic based on the data from the survey that I was mentioning earlier. And we asked a lot of questions when it comes to formation of households and families. And maybe just to highlight one of the findings in the data is when we asked young people about their wishes and their plans of having a child. Might be their first or it might be a subsequent child. And 1 in 3 of the respondents said that they would like to, which was 33% among women and 30% among men. But then overall, 1/3 of these people with the wish to have a child didn't have a plan to do so over the next 3 years. And this was 27% among women and 37% among the men responding. And related to this, of course, we all probably know about the patterns of an aging population facing Europe, and we know about the declining fertility rates. And there is important discussion and research going on, and hopefully continuing into the future, about the drivers of both voluntary and involuntary infertility facing people. So, for example, we know that perhaps some people choose not to have any or not to have more children, for example, for concerns that they have about the state of the environment or the climate crisis. And for others, we know that people would perhaps like to have children or more children, but they feel like for financial reasons it would be too difficult to support a family. So maybe returning back to you, Marge, on that topic, do you have any insights in the area surrounding that? So how big of an issue are the financial concerns, maybe job market insecurity when it comes to the younger cohorts?
Yes, indeed, we were talking about job insecurity, but maybe I even bring out with this short time we have left, what I see very crucial is the housing inequality what we face, and that this is increasing in Europe. I make a concrete example of Estonia, where I come from, but it's not unique to Estonia. Like 10 years ago, if you would earn average salary in Estonia, you could buy 1 square meter and you were left over some money. But nowadays, 10 years later, it's not enough from your average salary to buy even 1 square meter of real estate. So it means that real estate prices have increased so much quicker than the salaries, which really put young people in a very under pressure. So what to do? I think at European level, these initiatives of platform labor, also minimum wage directive, these are very, very crucial. And I would have also insights what we have tested with our research. But just to conclude, I think I would like to rather say that despite of those constraints, the agency always matters. So it's so great to see that EIGE has invited so many young people here. So I think also for you to think what kind of future you would like to have, where you would like to be in 5 years' time. And maybe you look around also at this event here and you see some people for whom your desired position at the labor market or some other things are actually reality nowadays, but you aim in your future, they are already working in these positions. Like try to make contacts with people, talk to people, to take the shadow day, really to find out, and even if you find out that the price these people paid to reach the position they are, you get to know more about yourself. So I really also encourage you to be active in this respect. And now I kind of rather than continuing with our chill and chat here, I would like to give also for you the opportunity to reflect back or ask or comment.
Thank you. You were saying that 1 in 3 of the, like a third of the 1 in 3 who would like to have a child said they wouldn't in the next 3 years. How much was that to do with the age of the people you were talking to versus like actual financial issues or lack of housing or their concerns about the climate?
Thank you very much, and a very good and very relevant question, of course. With the analysis that we've done with the data and the sample sizes that we've had, we haven't had a look much more into detail going into further age breakdowns and that. But we do have plans to look into the issues more going forward. For example, next year we're planning a project on youth housing issues in particular. So absolutely a very, very crucial point. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's 1 in 3 respondents that said that they wanted children. How does that compare to people from previous generations that were in this age bracket?
Thank you. Another really good and interesting question. I don't know whether there's comparable data to look at from the past. I don't know, Marga, do you know of any reflections you might have?
I don't know too well comparative data, but if I think of Estonia, then we used to be 20 years ago, like there were only 2% of people who didn't want to have children. The other thing is that some of those who don't want to have children do have children, and some who want to have children don't have. So it's one is the plan and the other is life. But this is increasing very tremendously because it was already higher in Germany at that time. I think it was like 8% or something, and then now it's higher and higher also. And it's this increase is higher in those countries that are kind of converging in Europe, and also the singlehood is on the rise very strongly as well in Europe, which kind of is connected to it.
I would like to ask a question. Are there any differences between responses among youth living in cities and in small villages?
Thank you. Another great question. I have a feeling there might be some breakdowns if you have a closer look at the report on the screen. I don't remember off by heart which indicators we were able to look at, for rural and urban divides. But yeah, another one to look at for sure. I think now, in the interest of time and next sessions as well, we'd just like to say a big thank you for coming along, and a big thank you to Marga for joining me, and a huge thank you to Aiga for organizing the event and for letting us host this session in the evening. And one final word to say that the reminder that at 6 o'clock there's the session in the main room with the commissioner as well, so please go along if you can. Thank you.